Their sightseeing list?
A sequestered facility? Here? I wonder what it might contain.
Fortificator is charged.
search pattern. Come on out!
Hostile proximity.
Ne'er-do-wells for our best.
Target analyzed. Latent.
Liquored up our target.
Adversary. Such a haphazard electrical setup deserves careful scrutiny, but consider using eye protection, dear.
Fitting for the Order, developing a massive weapon only to forget it underground.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Go for torpification. I have a fix. Yes, the weapon is very good. But do take a moment to prepare classic industrial. I'd theorize we can put this hazardous substance to good use as a more lethal ammunition. And we could use the Rift device to tap a bottomless source.
I shall not stay your
Commencing guidance!
Knocking them down.
Prepare for absolute...
Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted.
I usually prefer assassination over technology theft, but I must admit that was a delightful little heist. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Check your scope for combatant analysis. Did not refuse medical support. Thanks, dear.
poser science cult encampment ahead.
My brothers and sisters, the Architect has honored us with this divine rift. In the name of the Architect, we are tasked with defending...
To battle! As soon as my robustness is restored. Pride to...
Standing by to stupefy. They're lost to admit.
Moving to the shielded infantry.
Vitals critical. Don't become a statistic.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Suture me up. Improve your odds.
ready.
Lethal measures at the ready, Commander.
You can't fight contentment.
To battle!
Welcome, intrepid consumer, to Auntie's Choice territory. The wonders of winter's grasp lay ahead, though do stay on the road.
The ice caves conceal all manner of dangers.
Trooper. Trooper! Hayes! Hayes,
If you're not a
can you hear
go-getter,
me?
then go away.
Hayes, your family is depending on you. You've got to shake off these vapor.
I've no fair ideas of how to proceed, White. Nothing we do seems to garner the... Yes? Can I, wait. Welcome, potential customer, to the majesty of Auntie's military might. Normally, I would be at your service, but I'm dealing with a situation here. It's really none of your...
Sarge, maybe they can help. The two of us are certainly out of options.
And who'll pay them for the assistance? You? Very well. The issue is our compatriot, Trooper Hayes. He seems to have some kind of break or shock to the head, and he's, well...
Same sucker, bad habit blocker. It tracks every movement like a hunting death stalker. Try a gross habit, it sucks nadgy bits. This flogger's a stopper, you just can't brush off her.
He's that.
Ever since the attack last night, he's been unresponsive and communicating only in jingles. At first I thought it might be some manner of marketing ploy, but it seems permanent. The artillery bombardment was particularly heavy last night before the assault began, and the rounds shook the ground so badly that our lantern flew off its hook on the wall. Hayes put his hands over his ears, lay feet on the ground, and after the only thing that had come from his mouth were jingles. Old archaic jingles, ones I haven't heard in years. We must rouse him back to sanity. He's their sole earner, and should he be discharged, just the cost of his family's lodgings on the claim is more than enough to bankrupt them. Neither's been of any use.
Crab and crapple fabrics are exalting. The chitin shimmers and it shines. Your clothes will be so pretty, it's worth smelling like sea brine. Calorie killer, my weight loss pillar. Micro critters in my stomach, destroying all my dinner. La 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 la. The fastest way to thin is letting no calories in.
Yes. Well, maybe. They're the kind of sales roles you take when you're young, before you reach an age to become a real earner.
It lets me eat until I'm stuffed down to my feet. What did you say? Absolutely. I have a whole sales sampler full of all the calorie... what is... Was I just trying to sell you something?
You don't remember? He's been wandering around singing nothing but jingles for almost 2 whole days.
Poppycock! I don't even know any jingles by heart.
Well, I'll be damned. I absolutely cannot believe that worked. Thank you for your help, stranger. His whole family would owe you a debt, if they had anything to pay it with.
Go, consume, like a good consumer.
Has anyone seen Jack?
Working hard or hardly working?
Can't help you.
That's
Sorry.
rhetorical.
Banter elsewhere.
even begin to respond!
50-Bit says that plan came from the Archive itself. Their field movements have been shockingly well coordinated since they locked us out of that damn machine.
Maybe a strategic plan would have been a better use for it than making more money?
That's just crazy.
No time to conversate.
Been out of here too long.
How do you eat Purple Berry Crunch? Real warriors eat it right from the box.
It's Fizzos, Fizzos, we love Fizzos, Fizzos, Spectrum.
Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificially enhanced Trinicular. Arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Client intake.
Noted from his unnamed and clearly in experimental operations. Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get, we respond to what you want through your decisions as consumers. What's more, we skip the frivolously lengthy approval process our overbearing neighbors employ. Why wait 20 years to bring a new product to market when it can be enhancing people's lives now?
As a responsible member of society, we allow you to take part in public product testing, respecting your right to risk.
Welcome back! We understand you've been a very busy little manty-wasp. Well, out with it.
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
A satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor, but good work overall.
Well, I suppose I can't argue with the truth of that.
Anything else you'd like to report? Now that's the compelling attitude we love to see in an ameliorator. Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered, and it was an ideal first step in effecting my monopolistic mercantile methodology plan.
There you go again, pinning your career to that flim-flam mathematical malarkey. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition, know-how. It's a fucking art.
Yes, suppose we should move on. Ursula, will you do the honors?
I'm the head of our proprietary insight acquisition division. Stealing our rivals' trade secrets? That's our bread and butter. We can sometimes lack a certain subtlety, though. The Protectorate have a process called mental refreshment. Some kind of mind manipulation business. There's a facility for it on Praetor. And he wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important. Fine. Auntie and I agree it presents possibilities. Attitude like that will take you far around here. A few aspirational goals, if possible. If you see a chance to talk their lead scientist into joining us, and/or dig up additional details about the process, do so.
Which is to say, we'll make it more worth your while. I promise you'll never want for compensation while in our employ.
See you when it's done.
Chief executive, I've fostered a healthy, cutthroat rivalry between our top...
Experience the most sought-after inebriate on...
Need anything? At the bottom runger.
Not really, but I get results.
Welcome to the bottom runger. Exclusive home of the Raptidon Bite.
Have a profitable day.
That's what everyone, and I do mean everyone, wants to know. No, friend. I finally caught N-rays in a bottle with this one. Not sharing the secret of our success with anyone. However, you are welcome to sample a few and attempt to discern the ingredients for yourself.
And I won't lie. The universe is filled with things that won't...
Not tending bar right now, but my employee here can see to your needs.
Our products.
May your day be profitable at the expense of your rivals.
Don't count. I go. Think of yourselves. Live a life that's larger, more daring, exhilarating. Calculated against a hostile, peril-filled universe with Auntie's choice. Daredevils rejoice.
I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy at the moment. There are a half-dozen sinks left to clean this shift, as well as one thoroughly formidable latrine, and I... Wait. How terribly rude of me! It's you! You're the one who talked me down from my horrible course at the N-ray range on Golden Ridge. Improving myself, my friend. I have a new lease on my existence, and it's all thanks to you. You see, I meditated on your words, and on the events that led me to strapping myself to an explosive threatening to kill us both. Something had to change. I realized that the tremendous question, that of controlling the universe's uncertainty, was too tremendous to pursue. So I sought an environment I could control.
Tell me, Victor, scientician to scientician, how do you feel about this new path of yours? Do you believe it in accordance with the plan? Are you, dare I say it, happy?
I take a simple joy in each latrine. I leave spotless.
On a purely theoretical level, I admire that.
I do believe I am where I was always meant to be. Janitorial science is deceptively difficult and shockingly stimulating. If you've not, you must try it sometime. Eliminating the malodorous quality of a once bilious stall is just as stimulating a dilemma as any mathematical quandary. Anyhow, I mean not to ramble. Once again, consider me in your debt, eternally. If you ever require a sanitation engineer, I shall come running, mop in hand.
Between the rifts, aggressive rivals, and the actions of Maverick.
It's the burning sensation on everyone's tongue and upper GI tract.
Trinicular. Arriving any moment now. Approaching value added Esplanade. Every budget from extravagant to the most bit-minded.
You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away. Why choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Too much Spacer's Ale? Try Auntie's Choice Pep Pills. Good for what ails you. You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away.
Peddle your wares elsewhere.
Why are you pestering me? Do I look like middle management?
Let's not waste each other's time.
Hey, mister, any bits to spare? Ever read the Middle Manager Handbook? Really shores up the foundation of your fundamentals.
Why, looky here. It's our contractor-to-be. I see you got her message. Glad you followed up. Now, the question is, are you just here to work an angle, or are you moved by our plight? When the brass sets an impossible deadline, who do you think everybody on the floor gets mad at? When trials run late because some lab tech melted, who catches upstairs ire? See, us in middle management, we get none of the credit, all of the blame. Catch hell coming and going, with nary a promotion or raise in sight. Well, we've had it. We pulled our funds to hire a maverick outsider like yourself to collect useful information on 3 local persons of interest to help us climb the ladder.
Close. We want you to collect blackmail material from them. Well, 2 out of the 3. We want leverage.
First person is Melquiades Alcantara, proprietor of the Bottom Runger. Came up with this new drink, the Raptidon Bite. Everyone's dying to try it. We want the secret recipe. The second is an unnamed individual. Shows up at the Esplanade every day with a mop and an armed escort. What's his story? What does he know?
And why is he always waving at everybody? And smiling, too.
Head back here when you're done with them two. The third target we'll talk about after. Sort of a controversial figure around here. Consider him a concern for later. Anything else? That's what we want to find out. And that whole smiling business, anybody that's secure in their place here has to have dirt on somebody. Something that we could capitalize on. Oh, nothing so mundane. Alcantara's cornered the market with an innovative concept. Our grand vision is, okay, wait for it, now he's done all the work, steal his idea. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me just say that we're all so looking forward to working with you. We can't wait to benefit from the fruit of your efforts. See, everybody? Things are looking up already. Upper middle management, here we come. Head back here when you're done with them.
Trinicular. Arriving.
Live, love, laugh, purchase, and consume with Auntie's Choice.
As your peerless leader, known for her unparalleled business acumen, I might appear above the occasional frivolity. Our Arcadia Grove League is a worthy substitute. Certainly a more profitable program than the Protectorate.
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them
Spare
away!
me your sales pitch. Bob off!
You'd make a great lower manager.
Close enough. Hey! Didn't you hear me growl in a discouraging manner? The first testee ain't to be disturbed.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm gonna, converserate a little. Just wait over there for me or something.
As you wish. Retreating to hover at a respectful distance.
Sorry, they get a mite carried away most times. Oh, that. Yeah. Wish they wouldn't say that. Ain't accustomed to fancy titles. Don't mind them. They're here to make sure nothing happens. To me, that is. On account of being a close personal friend of Auntie Cleo. It's all a bit much, to be honest. But I guess it's like Auntie always says, anything worth doing is worth overdoing completely. I've known her since I had all my, most of my limbs intact. No, all. Definitely all. Though I may have been missing an index toe or two. Been a while, that is. Anyhow, probably shouldn't just mull about here engaging in idle talk. She saw me, she'd probably chide me for being overly friendly with everyone, like she used to. Wait, really? Why, sure. I mean, guess I can't see the harm. Hey, stay here, will you? Me and my new friend here, we're just going over there, to the bottom runger, to talk.
Staying put, but keeping alert as if our jobs and our lives depended on it.
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them away! Sample one of our popular force products. They're completely edible, despite any and all appearances to the contrary. Sample one of our popular force products. They're completely edible, despite any and all appearances to the contrary.
Training. Ethically gray consultants who labor with committing to a side.
Get you something?
An artificial life is a life that's sweeter.
Yeah, all the yelling. Could listen to that all day, every day. Actually, I have. That'd be Melquiades. Afraid he stepped away to his office.
Is good. We have positive bit flow. Our portfolio is diversified, but we
He's around the corner to the right, just past the stairs. Likely find him whipping up a fresh batch of Raptidon Bite cocktails. Won't do it in front of me.
corporate malfeasance. The only division that earns us less.
The drink's quite a hit around here, and it's Melquiades' own proprietary recipe. People would literally kill to find it out.
Next is assertive arbitration. Quite the bit pit. Down 40.
In fact, I have. I once made a drink called Death by Purpleberry and Ulcozuranium Poisoning. Very high concept. Only a select clientele would appreciate it.
Output
Fleetingly.
is down 18%. I'm not paying
If I did, I certainly wouldn't share it with the likes of you. Stuff sells hand over fist. Think the boss would share that with me? I'm just a lowly factotum around here. I mean, I actually been concocting my own cocktail creations in my odd-off hour. I'm very creative, but, you know, he don't care. More's the pity.
Right, so how does this all work exactly? They bring you a drink, and then people just conversate?
And I promise we will all thrive.
Oh, right, and I'd add that big talk is for big people who matter. So we don't talk about work matters or our day. Okay then. What other sort of stuff you want to talk about? The weather, maybe?
To the most big-minded of customers, we have food and drink for every taste and meal you can imagine.
We were, what do you call them? Bedraggled orphans, together. Both worked at the garbage pile in Argos. She had to pull me out one time, else I'd be smushed right now.
For parasite-free purple berries.
The term parasite-free indicates the fact that any kind of parasite found in an Auntie's Choice product is provided free of charge and is not the property of
Yep,
Auntie's Choice.
she was close as you are right now. I got stuck in the pile, hoisted me out. Said if she had not shown up, I would have become garbage. Oh, Felicity. Felicity Carroll. Dr. Felicity Carroll, eventually. So guess she's, Dr. Auntie Cleo now, technically? If that's how that works? She came to be lead scientist of research and development at Numa Experimental Station. I knew her when she was just Felicity, back in the good old days, when the company still did, you know, human testing first, instead of just letting stuff willy-nilly out into the wild like now. I was her best test subject.
Process our overbearing neighbors employ. Why wait 20 years to bring a new product to market?
Guess that's why them guards call me the first testee. Hadn't occurred to me before. Auntie must have come up with it. Oh, you got me reminiscing something fierce. Did I mention she and I shared an expired chum bar once? Good times.
An expired... No, best not to entertain that. Is there anything more relevant you can give us? Preferably something that will ease the pounding headache you've caused me?
Maybe I can remember other important things like that. I'll sure try. You know, this is nice. Talking like this is much better than when the other person just ambles off like they never heard you.
The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend to be handed down for...
All I know is one day, Felicity said she was up for a promotion to be Auntie. Said it was an idea that went through every generation or some such. Auntie, she told me once she needed to climb to the top no matter what. But that she was real sorry about the people she had to step on to get there, though.
Auntie Cleo's darlings refused to do when things were down at the end of the sponsorship series against the Spacers Chosen.
I'm Jean Turfer Tyler, 6th base person for the Auntie Cleo's Darlings. I cleaved Spacers Chosen's goalie at the end of the 56th inning, then made a
Sure. Is that a further reason people do it? Because I don't think it's for the taste.
Auntie's Choice! Darlings! We won! Hostile takeover this! Right back at you. I'm Auntie Cleo.
That's not exactly something I've been privy to, you know, per se. All I know is Auntie's has been around a lot longer than I have, and there's always been an Auntie. Can't see anyone else coming after my Auntie, though. Wouldn't imagine she'd allow it. But I don't know. Maybe the job ain't cracked up like it seems.
Just how much money your toil is netting us. It's time for profit forecast time, starting with product development, the Borscht loaf and butter of our
One drink for all of them, right? Oh, okay. Just thought there might be some new rule. Toasting!
sales of new and improved stimulants and nutrition.
That might be all I want to talk about. The rest makes me, you ever have this empty falling feel? You know, in your chest? Like that, I guess. I should sit down. Wait, am I sitting down? I'm standing. Somehow I still feel like wording more.
All I know is their department alone is responsible for a 28% increase in
Oh, okay. Sure, we can keep on, converserating. Just a bit, right? Well, what about?
To me, as your chief executive, I've fostered a healthy
Oh, no. I mean, you're doing that thing where you're always saying the opposite, right? Because I've been not upbeat for a while. I remember people always used to say, what do you have to be so void damn happy about? Usually while throwing something my way. Sorry if my churlish moping brought down the mood. Been like that ever since that, I don't know, last day I saw Auntie. That time I lied.
That Auntie's Choice Society is based upon, not because we worship bits.
I was going to turn her in, but she was there. Felicity. She was all crying. Told me all the bad stuff she did. Needed somebody to say she weren't a bad person. So I said it. And now I wonder a lot if I am the bad person on account of that lie.
Why wait 20 years to bring a new product to market when it can be enhancing people's lives now as a responsible society?
Maybe I'm not good, but I'm less bad? Less bad is pretty good, I reckon. A less bad person might not need to feel bad a lot. Thanks. Well, guess I should get back to work. Important job and all. You know what? I haven't felt this springy inside since Fel and I worked the garbage pile in Argos. Like, less bad. Maybe good even.
Nature heedlessly assembled and thusly remembered through artificial means. At Auntie's Choice, we strive to be 110% wholly plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificially enhanced existence through the conspicuous...
Ever miss a limited time offer and wonder about how your life would have been?
Auntie's Choice.
Pleasure not doing business with you.
You're here from Melquiades Alcantara? Afraid you're a mite bit late. Investigator Yoshida, Department of Excessive Corporate Malfeasance. Did you know the deceased? Seems like you're not the only one. Were you aware if he had any business rivals, any disgruntled employees? Deals gone sour? Are you asking the questions now? Thought this worked the other way. We mostly just make sure no one's sloppy enough to get caught. If they do, we throw the book at them. And it's a large book. Leaves quite a mark. Of course we have laws. Anyone breaks a few in a flagrant or particularly inept fashion, they need to be held accountable, or everyone's bottom line suffers. Just like on that show, Corporate Fixers for Hire. You're just like Rico Sockdolager in real life. Who does that make me? If you're after the recipe, you probably want to ask around at the bottom runger. Someone there might know who'd kill Melquiades for it. Go on. You're clear to saunter freely. Don't forget, Auntie's Choice Zero-G whiskey gets you into orbit.
As your peerless leader, known for her unparalleled business acumen,
Look who's back. You. I know one. Valo Andrews, owner of the Best Choice. Wasn't too keen on our success. Melquiades said she's meaner than a bag of Raptidons. I'll miss his wit.
is a worthy substitute. Certainly a more
The only way I'd ever make it in that place is crawling through a vent. Some of us have pride. Till next we meet.
Started on their arbitrary rule changes. Bronzing is prohibited in the Tuesday and Thursday zones? Why even have the T-zones then? Oh, and sportsmanlike conduct is tolerated?
Step right up for the most... We cure all physical ails. Most at least. Well, there are a lot, I guess. We cure some physical ails. That sounds up. No, but the medicament merchant right downstairs can set you up. I just do hands-on repairs. When you can't stand the pain.
Mind your own business interests.
I appreciate your business, but talk is cheap, but my time is not.
I'm glad we made. I only hope we do not pay for this decision in the future. But let us focus on the task at hand. Saving Arcadia from...
Have a profitable day.
Of watching professional athletes bludgeon each other. Such a relatable interest. See, subordinates, I'm just like you. Until next time.
Purple Berry Products, Sam.
Hey, go-getter. Get yourself over here. Look, I'll be direct. We've had our eye on you for some time. Practically a minute, all told. And I can tell you're the very thing we're looking for. You possess the sort of rugged, nonconformist, individualist nature that our listeners identify with. Or believe they do, anyway. From the meekest flunky to the most milquetoast myrmidon, why, friend, you're everything they want to be. There's two things I desperately require. Realism, authenticity. Sure, we're working on a brand new set of advertisements and need your exact kind of distinct perspective. Of course it pays. Not amazingly, sure, but it's a rare chance to make something true and real. That's, you've got the stuff that can't be faked. Our listeners are sophisticated. They can see right through anything less than 110. Step inside. I'll introduce you to our main creative type, Mitt Tarkenton. Why, the things he does with work. He'll tell you how we do things, how we sell product. Then you provide your expertise, lend your maverick perspective to help him come up with how. All it requires is you be yourself, unabashedly. Head into our recording facility when you're ready. Mitt will be...
Make sure every Auntie's Choice product is on sale for the lowest.
Here for a recording session? Sorry, in the midst of producing the latest product-oriented dramatization. Talk later.
Yes? Can I help you? You appear...
That I did. This is Mitt Tarkington, advertising copywriter extraordinaire. Mitt, this is our maverick out...
Charmed. Yes, well, dive right in, shall we? To begin, allow me to share a bit on how we shape ideas. Part the veil about this magical art we call advertising. Everyone. If they don't have a need yet, it's our job to give them a little background first to frame your thinking. There are 4 personality types we appeal to when...
I'm like you.
I'm who you want to be.
I, who have cultivated a persona as a sarcastic doubter, am not normally into things, so you really ought to listen to me about this.
And I just hate that thing that never happens, yet absolutely could.
Any other general questions before we get started?
Somehow all of them, apparently.
Even the most buttoned-down rule follower imagines themselves a rebel in some way.
All right. I'll ask a few questions about your singular way of looking at things. Then, translate your unique perspective into lines for the ad. Now, first question. How can we best understand those like you? Any insight on your kind of unique perspective? All right. response into a line for the ad. Something like, calling you, every people of the great masses. Next question. How do we best illustrate credibility? Say, through something you know, or hate. Right. Maybe you maintain the highest standards for yourself and others. What's an aspirational goal for those who identify with you? Okay, perfect. How about you don't settle for less? Last question. What do you desire most out of life? And I should mention we have a little leeway to fine-tune the product offering. Have just the thing. Now with a full body bib included with every purchase.
Yes. Suppose you might need to hear it assembled to make sense of it all. Just a moment while we put it together. I can already hear it in my head, and it is perfect. All right, that's a wrap. Roll the assembly. Fine work, everyone. Take a good listen.
Calling you, every people of the great masses. You maintain the highest standards for yourself and others. You don't settle for less. That's why we've updated our premier cyst rinds just for you. Auntie Cleo and Pal's deep fried Sisty Bits. Now with a full body bib included with every purchase.
No autographs, I'm afraid. Not outside of special appearances.
In the midst of composing my latest
Sign of scrummage and let's bludgeon the competition. See you at center field.
Yes, may I help you somehow? Likely by reminding you that this is not the entrance for unwashed service plebes. Please go tell your manager to fire you. Then follow proper protocols, or we'll find other vendors to patronize.
Through the conspicuous consumption of unavoidable embedded chemicals with Auntie's choice.
Oh, really? You think that you belong in our lounge, dressed like that? 3 cysty pigs in a trench coat would have a better shot at getting in than you do right now. The owner tasked me with maintaining the posh allure of the best choice, and you are hardly the kind of inestimable personage that would be proper to admit.
Item. Business is good. We have positive bit flow. Our portfolio is diversified.
A significant contribution to my post-Boniface retirement fund.
I wouldn't pay 1 bit for that attitude, dear. I'm sure we can find other means inside.
My, but aren't you a charmer? Clearly, there's more to you than the way you dress. Very well. I'll grant entry for the normal luminary rate. Thank you very much for your very valuable patronage. It is our dearest hope that you have a lucrative and luxurious visit to the best choice.
Ah, This is where the more successful vapid commercialists congregate to be short-sighted together.
Oh, look at this one. See? They're letting in anyone now. Oh, don't we all? Have an issue with the service? She's in her office. Door to your right. Well, since you're here.
What are you doing back here? No one's allowed. Who left that door unlocked? What are you even doing in my bar? Someone will be fired over this. Then, once they reach the nadir of their sorrows, rehired, only that I may fire them again. And I don't know what you think you're seeing here, but ignore all this. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Not sure I appreciate your insinuating tone there. It's a Raptidon bite, a unique concoction devised by Melquiades Alcantara, who was simply my dearest friend. Or was. I procured its recipe from him before his unfortunate passing, and before you ask, yes, I have receipts for everything. Here you are. One lightly bloody, slightly less secret recipe. Time for you to blunder out the way you blundered in. Finally, somebody else here with the guts to act. I was about ready to start tearing my ears off. Trapped as I was, listening to these running mouths. Pleased to see you. Ain't sure if you heard, but I'm looking at a promotion to president of aggressive acquisitions after what you and I accomplished on Paradise Island. Exactly what I told you. Locate priority foes and bring them low. Make the difficult decisions. Bring the war to a close and look damn fine in the process. You'll see. I owe you more than a few drinks. See me a couple of months down the line, and you and I'll drink Arcadia dry. But for now, go sever some vital arteries for me.
What now? Oh, say it isn't so.
Everyone has their little hunch about which I say you need to ask the common bottom runner concerns. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, quite. Yes. Thank you very much for your very
Eyes up, Commander. That vent appears person-sized.
That you have a lucrative and luxurious visit to the best choice.
back again. Really? Fine, you can have it. But I better not hear one squeak from excessive corporate malfeasance. Here you are. One lightly bloody, slightly less secret recipe. Time for you to blunder out the way you blundered in. Still here, I see. Still here, I see.
Tramicular, arriving.
I done falled off the corporate ladder.
Hey, everybody, look who it is. Any progress? Ah, good. We can settle up further once you finish this other thing. We want Melquiades Alcantara's secret recipe for the Raptidon bite. He runs the Bottom Runger Saloon. Any progress? Ah, good. We will...
Tramicular, arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Head office tower.
And vastly rebettered it through artificial means at Auntie's choice. Tried to be 110% wholly plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificially enhanced existence through the conspicuous consumption of unavoidable embedded chemicals with Auntie's choice.
You're back again. Really? Here you are. One lightly bloody, slightly less secret recipe. Time for you to blunder out the way you blundered in.
Need anything? Till next week.
In the truth and short on ideas. Then you agonized for weeks that that your comment might get back to me. Anxiety gnawing at your guts. Good news! Your new role as intake greeting specialist will be far less And if you haven't heard your name yet, breathe easy. That's it for this demotions report.
Until next time. Everybody do your jobs and there won't be...
Live, love, laugh, purchase, and consume.
with Auntie's choice. As your peerless leader, known for her unparalleled business acumen, I might appear above the occasional frivolity. But no, I do enjoy spectating a rousing sporting match as much as all of you base rank and file. The Big Rift cut off tossball news from home, but our Arcadia Grove League is a worthy substitute.
I'll have you know my panhandling license is completely up to date.
Any progress? Yeah, good. We want Melquiades Alcantara's secret recipe for the
I hear Cloister is a lovely place to live, if you're a moon-sized computational device that requires year-round sub-zero temperatures to avoid melting down.
Any progress? Well, as it says in the middle management...
Working hard or hardly working? That's rhetorical.
Incoming. Get clear.
Measures at the ready, Commander.
Harnessing my firearm.
Have you considered that submitting ourselves voluntarily is proof enough that we don't require...
Combatant scan. Mitigating the threat. Torpification in progress.
Taking punitive action.
Self-preservation a priority.
overseen by Head Refresher. The top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
None shall stand against us!
Target analyzed. Lay down, block. Still recharging.
Your judgment has found you! On the authority of the...
Stun weapon ready, Commander.
Perfection is perfect!
Technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
How is this even possible? This has to be representative of some type of instrument miscalibration.
I wish that were the case, but I've ascertained that the calibration is within acceptable margin of error and have replaced the reader thrice already. These readings are accurate. But I'm equally aghast that we haven't observed more deceased wildlife washing up on the shores.
Anywhere else in our system, we have a valid point. A year on later, the flora and fauna are already tremendous above.
Hopefully they can outlast Auntie's occupation.
Individualism in all its many forms.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnetarium here on Prater.
That's straight to it, then!
unnecessary vulnerabilities.
To reload.
The Protectorate endures!
Check your scope for combatant analysis.
It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
They envy our prosperity.
I've eyes.
Have a think about that.
Regain sight! Restoring...
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
They hate our contentment! Lost track of them.
We cherish all we have and defend it.
Quarry found! His steady eye above.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Classic Waters Wellnatarium here on Praetor is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive device.
You can't fight contentment!
Making the mental refreshment process more refreshing.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job?
Sustain the system!
Refreshment centers are there to help you. Thoughts?
Maintaining perfection!
The mental refreshment process increases tractability and agitatement, stymies
You think too much!
and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
Maintaining perfection!
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the That's why
You can't fight contentment!
we are happy and contented, and others are not.
Sustain the system! His steady eye above.
responsible for making the mental refreshment process
Be
more
a
refreshing
good
than
neighbor. The Protectorate endures. They envy our prosperity.
The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Stifles undue entertainment, stymies untorn inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing.
Restoring the balance. They hate our contentment.
Possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented.
The Protectorate endures.
Prudence dictates we repel invasive elements.
His steady eye above.
You for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Maintaining perfection. To battle! They hate our contentment.
Gray gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed? Come right in, and be refreshed.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment increases tractability, stifles undue entertainment, stymies untorn inclinations, and refashions the mind into
Are you ready to realign with the paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts?
All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail,
And a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections.
I'm Head Refresher Ghoul, and I guarantee when you exit our doors,
You'll be a productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say,
goodbye, imperfect thoughts, hello, contentment.
As an auditor, I welcome any procedure. Greetings, subject. Or should I say, refreshed to be. Why is the room spinning? Welcome to the Wellnetarium. You're not on my schedule. A walk-in, then. Wonderful. Once you're properly evaluated, we'll have you well on your way to refreshment.
That doe-eyed expression, those ambling sentences. I do believe this individual is mentally refreshed. We may be able to use that.
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment.
Responsible for making the mental refreshment process more refreshing than ever.
Why, of course. Naturally. It is the duty of every subject to submit for a quick mental tune-up whenever we experience imperfect thoughts or lack a little zeal.
They sneer at our contentment.
Head Refresher Gould says mental refreshment increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. I've undergone the procedure myself. Several times, they say, and look at me now. Never more content.
Stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and
Our intake evaluation automech here simply needs to ask you a few questions to amply delineate your phreноmetric matrix. A baseline understanding of your character and background will assist our facilitators in determining the ideal regimen necessary to abrade any perceived personality irregularities.
prescribed thoughts, and no bliss and plenty.
Yes, as it is an unthinking automaton capable of mindlessly parroting pre-programmed responses.
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented.
None authorized to you. Not until completion. Now there. No need to fear evaluation. It's just a few. Simply step over to my automechanical colleague.
Greeting, subject unscheduled. Welcome to Placid Waters Welditarium. Evaluation commencing. Subjects are required to respond 100% accurately to all queries. Bespoke Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective. Incorrect, but your response has merited a yay-sayer verbal commendation for exceptional tactfulness in the field, allowing you partial credit. The accepted answer is, I fulfill my duty to the Sovereign as a loyal Protectorate subject by operating at peak efficacy without error. Per Query 2. Rate your present level of zealous efficaciousness on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the highest, 3 being a traitor, 1 being dead. Incorrect. Wait, processing. That was correct. No subject has ever answered that query. The degree of zealous efficaciousness expected of a dutiful and true subject. Query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts, including, but not limited to, doubt, disbelief, uncertainty, curiosity, recalcitrance, and unacceptable? A perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry. Final query. How would your neighbors describe you? Processing determination. An acceptable response. The appropriate reply was, they never questioned, never doubted. Their zeal never lagged. Formulating conclusion. Phreноmetric matrix delineated. Subject evaluation score total 100 out of 200. The acceptable amount for a true and dutiful Protectorate subject is 0. In conclusion, you are in dire need of mental refreshment. Now, proceed to the nearby pneumatic tube to collect your complimentary unitard and lift pass. Next, proceed 1 floor down, where you will be directed further. Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
Placid Waters Wellnitarium, here on Praetor, special.
It is personally overseen by Head Gould, the top cognitive divisor responsible for making the mental refreshment process.
They would deem my resolve inadequate? Insanity!
Greetings,
Their analysis.
Hello. My name is Abigail, and I am realigned with the paradigm. Head Refresher Gould says his recorded lectures are key to thinking approved thoughts. That, a restorative cocktail of pharmaceuticals, and a quick dip into the lathe of particularity device can abrade only internally, I'm afraid. You should speak to Refreshment Facilitator Tilden in the lecture hall. Pondering begets disharmony. To deliberate is to court ruin. Notions are a gateway. I once possessed a failing of character where I would voice simple statements in a way that sounded like a question. Right as rain, neighbor. I am newly full of zeal, free of imperfect thoughts. My mind is a thing of symmetry. My phrenometric peaks are... I only experience approved emotions. Doubt and worry are notably unsanctioned. Refreshment is inevitable.
Their team plays the worst. Anyone has... Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I'm Waylon. No, I'm newly full of zeal. That is, I hope the process took this time. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Wait, I just blinked several times, didn't I? What did that signify? I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peaks are still jutting all over the place, they say. Are you in disguise? I don't recognize so-and-so as a title. This feels a bit curious to me, but I feel compelled not to question it too much. Maybe the treatment is working. I'd go with you, I guess. But I need something first. They took all my things when I arrived. Stored them in storage. My commemorative pitch balls in there. From my favorite team, the Paradigm Abiders. Can't leave without it. I had to turn in my personal items when I was admitted. On account I tried to leave once or twice before. Saw them put it in a closet behind reception upstairs. Suppose so. Maybe almost, at least. One way out's the safest. Someone dug a tunnel in the kitchen pantry, though there are 2 automechs assigned there now, to keep subjects from wandering in and ambling off. That doesn't seem like the sort of thing that'd be allowed, but guess you know what you're doing. I'll be dithering about here in the meanwhile. Oh, hello!
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception. The kitchen pantry is presently off limits. The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Hello. You find my pitch ball? Upstairs, in a closet behind reception.
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
For today's topic, we'll touch on why our program is so very important. Ignorant, misguided outsiders may wonder, why does
Greeting,
the Protectorate
unscheduled walk-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest, how mentally refreshed are you feeling today? Rounding up for clarity / responding approvingly. Our refreshment facilitators will be pleased with your progress. Mindfully, I am responsible for providing each subject with their recommended medicament dispensement. Has concluded for the day. Response. Medicaments are stored in medicament storage, the office in which this unit presently operates. Yet, it is strictly off-limits to all non-refreshment facilitator personnel. Farewell statement. May refreshment soon render you free from doubt. A vital cog once more.
What a splendid lecture. At least, I'm sure it was. I began thinking about the rocks in my boots halfway through.
Oh, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but the designated subject reader ought to have attended to that by now. I was once a victim of imperfect thoughts. Oh, I had so many questions. But my questioning days are long gone. Yes. Admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. But worry not. Soon enough, with our help and a little work, you'll never question again. I see you found the lecture as edifying as all the others here. Good, good. Head Refresher Gould provides us with daily lectures in audio cartridge form to steer group thinking. As they say, to think together is to upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or security.
That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. It grants access to all mid-privilege priority areas. You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. But you should take that up with the medicament dispensement automech directly. The medicament dispensement automech automechanically dispenses medicaments. 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 You'll feel ever so much better once your phrenometric peaks have...
I was sure we'd be forced to slay her. Despite her quirks.
I'm pleased we managed to avoid this.
So this process removes all curiosity, then.
Collective cognitive
Guess that's one way to keep people from questioning.
Perfect society. When we
The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering. Apologies, but an automechanical's work is never concluded.
At all times, the paradigm requires it. Mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stops untoward inclination, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
The console provides, the system abides.
Only the Protectorate possesses the advanced technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
Prudence dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
As soon as my robustness is restored. Still girding my strength.
Hello. I'm here often.
Subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our... The Protectorate. We're all in this together.
Your siren's call of independent thought falls on a deaf mind.
It is the duty of every protector to ensure they
Enemy in vicinity.
at peak efficiency at all times.
Appreciate if you cleared out.
Propagator at ready status.
I am out! My injuries are not... Thanks and my habits.
Yes, Commander. May the plan...
And others are not.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have and defend it.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnetarium here on Praetor is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by head refresh.
as rain. Bright as rain.
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our
Hello.
sense of community.
You find my upstairs, in a closet.
Sort of.
At your word, I shall charge!
Grenade! Invasive elements!
Combatant! I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Say, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of
I despised asking for it, and yet I...
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
There, a misbegotten fool, soon to fall.
Could have sworn no one was due for hours. Wherever is your chart? Wait, you're not a patient. You're not even a Protectorate subject, are you? I see it now. You possess the telltale look of wonder and introspection.
By his garb and self-important demeanor, this would be Mental Refreshment's lead scientist. He's an unusual sort. Be on your guard.
Well, out with it. Who are you? Such a brazen display of derision of Protectorate ways. How unexpected. How provocative. This presents a rare opportunity to hone my argumentative skills against the inferior minds and bankrupt philosophies of our rivals. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. Ah, for one of our adversaries, I'm sure. I have a proposal for you. I'll provide you what you wish if you debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology in a reasonably competent manner. Oh, do play along. I'm so rarely able to engage in any sort of intellectual discourse here. Suppose you could say that's my fault. Yet in any case, indulge me. There's a good sport. Do try to keep up. So, what of the Order? Our former allies? Those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation. What say you of them? Wait. Well, out with it. Who are you? To what end are you here? I have a proposal for you. Do play along. So, what of the Order? Our former allies? Those cursed My position is a burden, gladly taken to ease the suffering of our subjects. I think so they don't have to ensure the paradigm runs ably. Their order is chaos to us. Though your point, while gratingly expressed, is noted, albeit grudgingly. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists? That actually sounds to have some slight merit when you put it that way. I mean, such a system would leave behind the general public, though. All our friends and neighbors. Your point is not completely without worth, I suppose. Only mostly. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. Not word for word, no. I do take certain liberties with the Sovereign's Handbook, a beacon to the cosmos, to inhabit the spirit of the work and give it a dramatic, scientific air. I understand you meant that as an insult, but I refuse to be baited by those either jealous or ignorant of our ways. No, I haven't. And that seems a rather facile argument to make about a society that utilizes automechs to handle daily chores and labor. A low-hanging fruit, as it were. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? As a, last chance to distinguish yourself? How very nice of you to say. You're not half bad yourself, for a non-protectorate not me. I must say that was moderately stimulating. Passably interesting at a few points even. Almost intriguing. Now, what next? Oh dear, I don't understand how the machine works, only how to use it. The technical specifications for the Lathe of Particularity are in my office in the next room, hidden in a cache behind a frame on the wall. Pick up the cap to open it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I do have a schedule to maintain. So many minds to refresh, so little time. What an edifying confabulation. Feel free to scavenge around. It's not as if anything you find here will be any use to your masters.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive. Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions. Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer! Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended. Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
Feel free to scavenge around. It's not as if anything you find here will be any use to your masters.
Hey, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of them?
What an edifying confabulation. What an edifying confabulation.
Yeah.
Say, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so soft all of them?
Oh, do I detect a whiff of reprioritin gas? You know, I suddenly feel a mite more pliable somehow. Surely nothing to question. I thought no one was due for peak abradement for hours. I should have your chart. Wait. You're not a
Laughing Boy here must be our lead scientist. That gas ought to make him a mite more tractable.
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Listen to this one. You're a hoot. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. But never fear, I have intellect to spare. Don't believe me? I can prove it. Even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply my argumentative skills against the inferior minds and bankrupt philosophies of our rivals. To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. You know, I'm beginning to have an inkling about your purpose here, and whose employ you're under. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you what you're here for. Oh, do play along now. It's so rare I meet anyone of even mild intellectual capability. That does describe you, doesn't it? There's a good sport. Do try to keep up. So, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation? What say you of them?
I believe the compliment cancels out the insult here, or vice versa. At any rate, carry on.
A clear example of a life to avoid, yes? That's what happens when you get big ideas. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists? That actually sounds to have some slight merit when you put it that way. I mean, such a system would leave behind the general public, though. All our friends and neighbors. Your point is not completely without worth, I suppose. Only mostly. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the others simply cannot compare. People are unproductively prone to unhappiness. We remove this self-sabotaging flaw so they can fully appreciate the ample bounty we provide, free of doubt and worry. Think of it this way. If you could have the finest woolly cow filet mignon or most succulent crabble claw dinner every night, would you mind skipping candy? Don't believe you would. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? As a, last chance to distinguish yourself? How very nice of you to say. You're not half bad yourself. I must say that was moderately stimulating. Now, what next? Oh dear, I don't understand how the technicals. Now, if you'll excuse, what an edifying confession. Feel free to scavenge around. It's not as if...
Yeah? Say, what's that sound? Why is the wall... The wall looks so... soft all over.
Oh. Well, this is normally where you'd say something. Oh, how outrageous. So
let it be known that any who stand against me shall be tried as traitors to the Protectorate, no matter their import.
You know, that's a very interesting statement. And somehow I'm not finding... Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. But even in a state such as this, I am more than able to apply To what end are you here? Tell me truly. Speak plainly. You know, I'm beginning to have an inkling about your purpose. A proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide... I believe in the strength of our ideals. I'm quite certain I'll win you over. What's more, but if I'm wrong, what would Auntie's choice or the Order or, my word, you're not a scrapper. Well, none of them will know what to do with our advanced know-how. There's a good sport. So, what of the Order, our former allies, those cursed overthinkers, doomed to lives free of luxury, toiling away in ceaseless cogitation?
I believe...
A clear example of a life to avoid. What say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, Is there any value in the vapid emptiness of those corporate consumerists? Their manipulations are crude, if not efficacious. The sugar-filled rubbish they consider food sounds truly disgusting, and yet I do lightly crave it after hearing their adverts. But to what end? For only the shallowest of goals, making bits. We, on the other hand, have transcended the petty exchange of goods and services. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, the other sounds very nice now, doesn't it? The demands of the body and mind are an unnecessary burden in the Protectorate. Perhaps you'll consider a brief stint in the Lathe of Particularity once we're done here? Quick little tune-up and you'll feel right as rain. As it is right now, repelling faulty logic and wrong-headed thinking with gusto. No, the refreshment process isn't about thwarting examination, but obviating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's about making people happy. Well, admit I assumed this conversation would be more engaging. Did you have any final points you'd like to make? Her opinion to me would be largely irrelevant. While I appreciate all she did, of course, there are those who are visionaries, and those of us... All right, fair enough. In that little battle of wits, one of us proved severely outmatched, and I'm not sure you're completely aware of which of us I'm referring to. I am deeply disappointed by your lack of intellectual prowess, though ultimately I'm not wholly surprised. Suppose that leaves...
Legal measures at the head, intruder!
Edging forward!
Our command...
Yeah!
Say, what's that sound? Why does the wall look so...
Cyan.
Well, this is normally where you... My, can't believe I'm falling for that, as it may be the most unconvincing display of fealty I've ever seen. Oh dear, I seem to be a little unstable at the moment. But even in a state such as this, to what end are you here? Tell me truly, speak plainly. You know, I'm a proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failings of each group's ideology, and I'll provide you what you're here for. Yes, well, you'll see, even in a nominally... So, what of the Order? My position is a burden, gladly taken to ease the suffering of our subjects. Though your point, while gratingly expressed, what say you about Auntie's choice, then? Tell me, is... That actually sounds to... Your point is not complete. In the Protectorate, we have the best of everything. Food, technology, a sense of belonging, freedom from doubt, worry, hard work. No, sounds very not. Perhaps you'll consider a brief stint in the Lathe of Particularity once we're done here? Quick little tune-up, as it is right now. Repelling faulty logic and wrong-headed thinking with gusto. No, the refreshment process isn't about thwarting examination, but obviating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's about making people happy. Well, you've raised some interesting points, I suppose. Any other clever assertions you'd like to put forward before I fully evaluate your performance here? How very nice of you to say. You're not half bad yourself, for a non-protectorate not me. Huh. Taken as a whole, that was the most engaging conversation I've had in, well, couldn't even say. Yes, it's true. I am thoroughly disturbed by how much you made me question many long-held beliefs. But frankly, that was quite invigorating. Now, what next? Really? That's exceptionally flattering, and something I never would have considered before our belief-shaking conversation. But honestly, I do deserve it, don't I? Might I ask for a few additional particulars? For instance, what is the title of the role? My, that sounds wonderful. I shall head there straight away. Thank you so much for making this opportunity happen.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment for that last session. That was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We send the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer!
Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended.
Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
Prudence dictates. Eye your neighbors carefully.
Legal measures at the ready, Commander!
Try to limit further damage, Commander. Essential personnel.
I am loath to admit
Combatant scan.
You have my thanks and my hammer. My blood boiled. He will pay 1,000 times for this treachery. Any fool enough to stand beside him.
privileged access somehow. Our superiors must have arranged it.
Unfriendly nearby.
I shall not stay your execution.
Pushing ahead!
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Hello! You find my pitch ball? Upstairs, in a closet behind reception. Last time I saw it, at least. Hello! You find my pitch ball? Oh, commemorative pitch ball? I missed you so. Let's never part again. Suppose I'm ready to leave. Well, almost. Okay. Ready to go then, I suppose. If we get separated, I'll meet you there.
Void is that? Society demands perfect thoughts. Perfection is impossible. The mind is a thing of symmetry.
Maintaining perfection!
Sustain the system.
Restoring the balance! His steady eye above. They hate our contentment.
Tunnel out was right here. Oh, they put a poster over it. Take it down, and I can be off. This is all right neighborly of you. Can't thank you enough. Now, after you. By all means. Oh, and, last I heard from my daughter, Emily, she was off to Free Market Station. You meet us there. She'll surely give you a reward. Guess all outsiders aren't as bad as Prudence makes you out to be.
That somebody?
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities. Yes, it is. Our beneficent, infallible ruler, the Sovereign Henry Aloysius Varric, son of the first Sovereign, Reuben Varric. You'll have to forgive him right now. As I said, he is not his best today.
My Sovereign, what have they done to you? No, and certainly not the embodiment of all that is the Protectorate. This is a greater crime than all I have witnessed.
Deserves what? Whatever do you mean? We've been here since it was determined that the Sovereign, long distraught over the loss of his family, was in need of mental refreshment. Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresher Gould himself.
Well, after his first session, the Sovereign was notably upset, launched into hysteric fits of paranoid ranting, absurd nonsense about how the Consul had betrayed him and seized power. For his own good, he had to be gently but firmly restrained. That all stopped after his next dip into the lathe thank law. He's remained quite peaceful since. I'm certain he'll be back to his old self in no time. Preposterous! The Consul and all the Vigilant are above reproach. No subject of the Protectorate would ever harm, or knowingly allow harm to befall our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign, or consider such a thing. To even think such a thought is unthinkable. This stately form before you is the direct descendant of the matriarch herself. All we have, all any of us have, stems directly from the works of his family line. I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. We all will. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care, as he has every day of his life. Treatment outside the Protectorate is barbaric by comparison. Our system is perfect. Just leave us be.
I suppose there is nothing we can do at this juncture. Guard him well, Feld. I shall honor him, in health and infirmity alike. I swear it.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Never question. Never doubt it.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, silences unborn impatience, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry. Collective cognitive... I've eyes on this key part of your prescribed curative regime. Think only prescribed thoughts and no bliss and plenty.
Greeting, unscheduled walk-in.
Your vitals look grim, Commander.
Trouble about my hammerhead. It's
We're refreshed, so refreshed, and mentally.
Subject lacking the appropriate skill for their assigned work.
Subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process
I do not believe for a moment that he truly was in need of it. And I fear he shall never be the same. I choose to make my decisions on behalf of the Sovereign, for I know it is best. Even in the Consul shall be made to pay for his part in this. Then we shall figure out what best to do with this.
Adjutant, sir. The smell of burning raptidons is rather pungent. Are there any concerns in regards to attract?
A good question, Morton. Command has informed me that the brutes will instinctively be repelled by the scent of their burning kin. So rest easy in that regard.
At your word, I shall fall!
Prosecuting viscerally.
I have a fix on their weaknesses. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. weaknesses.
I am primed to punish. I shall reduce the
Combatant scan. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Necessary vulnerabilities identified.
Anti-powers won't even fight us face to face. We need to withdraw. I mean, strategic.
These critters. Your monster. And whatever else you can throw it.
My capacity and range is somewhat limited.
Check your scope for combatant analysis.
Seems the invaders seek to keep us out. And if they want us out, I want in. I am primed to punish.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Septic ulcers are barking today.
Take whatever business you're running elsewhere.
Don't even think about disrupting the marketplace.
Locking them down. They're benumbed. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Have a fix on their weaknesses.
Punitive action!
By law, you've done it! I cannot lie. My math placed the odds of your survival at 0.00343%. But your reputation indicates that you reliably beat the odds. So why am I surprised? Unfortunately, I am limited in forms of compensation. However, I've refined the schematics so they may be constructed with your own rudimentary tools. I trust that you will find wonderful methods of deployment that will manipulate every equation to your favor. Thank you again, my friend. Your contribution to our progress and understanding cannot be overstated. May your equations always balance and resolve into whole numbers.
turrets just went offline again. We need to get them back up before someone dances through our defenses like they're waltzing on half and quarter measures. I understand the strategic value of holding this station, but the odds of a handful of us repelling a full-scale attack is high.
You're back. Do you require additional supplies for further jobs and adventuring? We shall be here, unraveling the mysteries of the universe.
I'll write my next dissertation in your honor.
Commander, I have news. I finally heard back from Virgil. His message was suitably vague. I suspect he fears the Consul's eyes scanning his message, but I believe it to refer to the Arbiter training facility located on Paradise Island. Parts of the location can only be accessed by Arbiters. He likely did so to avoid the Consul's spies. There's a certain hominess to it, inasmuch as we have any particular home. Bringing our findings to Virgil will hopefully allow us to deduce something from all that we found. I only hope it dispels some of the muddiness we've encountered so far. Further complications would be most disagreeable.
Tramicular. Arriving.
Always remember, commercialism is the that society is based upon, not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get, we respond to what you want through your decisions as consumers. What's more, we skip the
samples from our nutritious tobacco lines.
Overbearing neighbors employ. Enhancing people's lives now as a responsible
You're back again. Really? Time for you... You're back again. Really? Fine, you can have it. That admittedly was a mite embarrassing. Any serious player would have locked the door first, before spreading out incriminating evidence. Here you are. One lightly bloody, slightly less secret recipe. Time for you to blunder out the way you blundered in. Still here, I see. Still here, I see.
Horse comestibles! Horse comestibles! We're literally giving them away!
I witnessed no fewer than 6 critical blunt force traumas in last week's
Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered, and it was an ideal first step in effecting my monopolistic mercantile methodology plan.
There you go again, pinning your career to that flim-flam mathematical malarkey. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic doodad. It's instinct, intuition, know-how. It's a fucking art.
Yes, suppose we should move on. Ursula, will you do the honors?
I'm the head of our proprietary Insight Acquisition Division. Stealing our rivals' trade secrets? That's our bread and butter. The Protectorate have a process called mental refreshment, and he wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important? Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and recruited the scientist as well.
Of course you did, my most trusted ameliorator. You never fail to amaze and impress.
Head Refresher Gould will fit right in, surely. Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few questions about the process. Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology, and that will all no doubt prove useful, but we're most interested in the technology and its results. Can't say I like the sound of that. Seems like they'd be difficult to market.
How truly unfortunate. Those without desire or drive make terrible customers. They can barely even be...
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? Oh, good to know, good to know. But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground, and so much for us exploiting that piece of technology. That's certainly interesting. Intriguing, even. What else? Excellent. Well, here's your reward, along with something extra for your effort. And more for converting Head Refresher Gould to the joys of commerce. All right. For your next assignment, well, it's something of an organizational priority.
Congratulations! Your storied success has earned you a whole entire minute with our illustrious leader, Auntie Cleo!
So your preliminary chores are complete? Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Ah, I remember you from before. Fairfield, yes? Tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? Good. Good. If only more employees shared your dispassionate air, I'd spend less time burying workforce resources complaints. Do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young ursopods cooped up in the den. So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. Certain communications have even been exchanged between our ship and the Order's headquarters. You've spoken to the delegates, yes? A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options, assuming we could work out favorable terms. Oh, my security team would never allow it, but a call like this over a secure line should be an acceptable alternative. Of course, Ruth would also need to agree. Perhaps if you were to perform a few useful errands for the Order, you might earn a meeting with her to propose the same. Have Ruth reach out when she's ready to talk, and I'll set up a call on a secure line next door.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice.
Cleaved Spacer's chosen goalie at the end of the 56th inning, then made a Sunday goal to win the game. Whenever I see that rude man's grinning face, I want to cleave it in twain. Auntie's choice! Darlings! We won! Hostile takeover this! Right back at you!
I'm Auntie Cleo, and I endorse this message.
Purple berry product samples! Purple berry product samples!
Auntie here to pride in your work.
How much money your toil is netting us. It's time
You're back again. Really? Fine, here you are. Time for you to blunder out.
operations where top lab coats are doing pioneering
Whatever they're working on, don't worry about it. All I know is their department...
Purple berry product samples!
Samples from our nutritious tobacco line.
Increase in our entire operational budget for the next fiscal semi-decade.
Credit where it's due. To me, as your chief executive, I've fostered a healthy, cutthroat rivalry between our top divisions. Jealousy, hard feelings, really stirring the pot.
Unorthodox? Not really, but I...
You want freedom of... You want Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away. Why choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Too much Spacer's Ale? Try Auntie's Choice Pep Pills. Good for what ails you. You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's Choice. Auntie's Choice knows that a better you is just...
Mister, any bits to spare?
All finished?
Didn't make the drink, or didn't make... Oh, I see.
Less we know about all that, the better. But I knew you'd effectuate effectually. Right? Wasn't I just saying? Knew he was connected. What'd you find out? He tell you any secrets about Auntie?
Or inspiring stories about her career ascent? You know, that might act as encouragement to them like us, presently stagnating in our position of paid employee.
Huh. A rumor had it she was one of the Schuyler line, old money family, type who looked down at anybody who worked for a living. Never seemed like her. I got a whole lot of insightful observations like that, you know.
Wait, there's been more than one Auntie Cleo? Explains a lot, now that I think about it. Like how she ain't a few hundred years old. Huh.
Learn anything more? Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, many of your top CEOs have working garbage heaps in their background.
It's said to prepare you for all the reeking effluvia that life throws at you. Very practical that way when you think about it. That everything?
Whoa! Just like normal people.
That's real relatable. I mean, we all done that, right? But I just never thought she would. 'Cause she's Auntie, you know?
Yeah, like she could eat a bar right out of the paste obtruder, the freshest and least natural it's ever gonna be.
What else? Can't even imagine possessing that degree of marketing acumen.
You could just tell people how to think and do things. Like to not constantly yell at you all the time for only just doing your job.
Those details were highly motivating, both personally and professionally. Real roadmap to success kind of thing.
Diverges greatly from events depicted in Auntie the Musical, the all-singing adaptation of Auntie's life story, which we've all, of course, watched 9 times.
Here, for your trouble, from all of us. Now, about that last person of interest. There's a former Spacer's Choice VIP in the brig. We tried talking to him, you know, to see if he had any useful dirt, but he He's, kinda mean.
Full of scathing invective.
Belittling, one might say. But, you know, tough sort like you might have an easier go of it. Nah, they got him set up like in olden times. They let everybody walk up and holler at him, throw produce and such. Whatever that is. You know, we all been chewed out pretty fiercely before. Kind of a regular occurrence.
I still have nightmares. Sometimes I think I hear his voice, and I start to run.
Uh-huh. Likewise. Future generations will tell cautionary bedtime stories about that day. Oh, that sounded very take charge. Have to remember that. Okay, we'll make sure you've got authorization to the brig when you arrive. May you effectuate effectually toward the agreed-upon goal state. That's the...
Trinicular, arriving.
We took what nature heedlessly assembled.
Welcome to the brig. Please do not taunt the prisoners. Thank you. We hope you've deeply enjoyed your visit to the brig.
Come to jeer at a fallen old rival like all the rest. Swear I heard from everybody else in this rickety tub. So far, I am decidedly unimpressed. Been some sorely lackluster heckling from your colleagues. Clever as barbs weren't clever enough by half. Not expecting much, but go ahead. Try your worst. Let's hear it.
Next, we have Reginald Oswald in Proprietary Insight Acquisition.
That was almost all right. Better than most. Pretty so-so. Got anything else?
Perhaps a strategic step backward to Document Index Manager will refresh your info security fundamentals, Reggie.
Wait, you didn't come here for the express purpose of ridicule and castigation? Well, certainly embraced it, though. Respect the flexibility and commitment. So, all right, I give up. What do you want? Frankly, that any of these rung leeches have a thought to spare for me over all the false hopes Auntie's hammered into them. Look, I appreciate the attention and all, but does any of this benefit me? Because otherwise, you might as well just jeer away.
That's it for this demotions report. Until next time, everybody do your jobs.
Appreciate the directness. A simple transaction. None of this self-determinism claptrap. Just two people haggling out a deal. Name's Himanshu Tegulapalli, regional brand manager for Tau Ceti, Spacer's Choice. Auntie has it in for all of us former reps. But me, in particular, been humiliating Spacer's Choice every chance she gets. You seen those display images mocking the Moon Man? Dressed up like a baby? Petty stuff. Being completely one-sided. Till now.
As much as all of you base rank and file. The big rift cut off Tossball News from home.
You bet. I want my turn. Figured I earned it. I mean, look at me. I taped a particularly scathing diatribe earlier. Patch it into the PA system. Let me have my say. Not on me presently, no. They tend to take things off prisoners, you know? It's weirdly universal. Also wasn't wearing this reeking thing prior to being staged for public ridicule. The audio cartridge is in an evidence locker in the room behind that desk. Bet if you just ask the guard over there nicely for access, she'd open it right up for you. The PA system controls are in the back room at client intake. Had it all worked out earlier, before I got caught. Wonderful. That broadcast is gonna be the finest verbal rebuke of my career. Though I should mention, while you're on this ship, Auntie's Choice has a few products what might improve your odor, looks, and breath. Sorry. Couldn't help myself.
Welcome to... what is it? Well, you'd probably pay me to remotely unlock it. And/or ask me in a remarkably debonair fashion. All right. See that door behind me? It's suddenly somehow been left mysteriously unlocked. Pleasure doing business at you.
What? You forget what you needed to do? Get going.
Tell the difference between cover and concealment?
Tossball, there's more than one way to make a killing. Why, I was just watching the latest bout between the Easy Heel Loafers and the Zero G Shoot. Just quality cleaving from Huck Off to the...
The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's Choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst impulses of old corp... who unfairly stack the deck against the little person as they try... said Cow City. Purchase and consume with Auntie's Choice. As your peerless
occasional frivolity. But no, I do enjoy spectating a rousing sporting match as much as all of you base
Today. But our Arcadia grown
And don't get me started on their arbitrary.
Rule changes. Attention all employees of this poor excuse for corporate bloodshed. The school can see off-brand take on an oligarch.
For the space and the other corporations, but none of us ever put ideas in people's heads. Yes, our workers were beaten down by a rigged system and lack of mobility, but no hope is better than false hope. Right? I swear, everybody in this company thinks they're going to be somebody someday. It ain't gonna happen. Auntie Cleo's marketing you a bunch of wishful thinking who... The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation. Spacer's choice swollen-headed mascot represents the worst impulses of old corporations. Really stacked the...
Trinicular, arriving any minute now.
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. While the Protectorate decide what its subjects get.
Which team do I convey more? Protectorate or the Order?
All that Protectorate EA thing is downright unnerving. But at least they don't worship or some such.
I never know what either.
Nice work. A sterling performance by both of us. I've been waiting to give everybody here a piece of my mind for some time now. You've heard about the Spacer's Choice and Auntie Cleo merger, I'm sure. But things went down a little differently than Auntie makes out around here. Auntie was attempting a hostile takeover, but we outplayed her, voted her and her execs out. And we shipped Auntie and all her diehard followers out to Tau Ceti as an example. After Earth went dark, Auntie was technically the senior ranking executive in Tau Ceti, and she used that to take over the colony. But everything she's been doing since has been quasi-legal at best, including her being CEO of Auntie's Choice. With Earth being dark, no one has proof to call her on it.
But did Auntie Cleo take Spacer's Choice devious shenanigans lying down? No! Just like our sponsored tossball team, the Auntie Cleo's darlings refused to do when things were down at the end of the sponsorship series against the Spacer's Chosen.
What I had to say was more important. People here needed to hear how bad they've been bamboozled by that self-determinism claptrap. The rest is going to come out eventually anyway. After that, we can all go back to exploiting each other honestly. No thanks. Once Spacer's Choice is back in control, I'll be running this place in no time.
Tramicular. Arriving. And
I done falled off the corporate ladder.
Any update on the man in the Moon Man mask? Heard the announcement, assumed that was your doing. Wait! What?
No, that was all official. Auntie said there was some real hard bargaining, documents signed in triplicate, and... Maybe I'm remembering apart from the musical.
Wait, this is bad. Knowing this is not good. This sort of dirt gets a person killed. This may call for an executive decision.
What does the middle manager handbook say to do at a time like this?
Says here, unfinished business leaves one undone. Trim loose ends before everything comes unraveled. Well, that sounds rather dire, contextually.
Yeah, Twombly. Maybe we should worry more about them right now? That's exactly what the corporate assassins in the Aetherwave serials say before they terminate someone in an indifferent display of artful treachery.
Ah, I remember that scene. We need to front stab them before they backstab us. Attack!
Give the order and I'll take care of it, Commander.
be the statistical
The Order has always proclaimed patience as a virtue, but I am pleased my waiting is finally at its endpoint. For so long, you have only existed as numerical values on a chart. A bright star in a constellation of possibilities, as it were. Now with your arrival, the Order nears the totality of its goals, provided you are willing to stay aligned with our cause. You must have suffered greatly in your life to have developed such a mercenary attitude. But I certainly will not contest an exchange of mutual aid. Now then, I gather you already know who I am, but science has shown that good manners strengthen developing relationships by 5.3%. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruth Bassar, third presiding bishop of the Order of the Ascendant, Supreme Calculator, and, plan willing, the architect of Arcadia's prosperous future. I admit, when I sent my initial message, I did not exactly know who its recipient would be. But I trusted the plan, and lo and behold, it provided you as the solution. Your recent exploits at Greater Tranquility Station have certainly made for compelling reading material. Confronting an assassin, and thereby sparing the delegates' lives before the rift inexplicably destroyed the station? Such a commendable effort is worthy of acknowledgement. Yes, by all reports it was. But the plan evidently has greater outcomes prepared for Vicar Levin. He is, at that. I consider him a close personal friend, and I cannot say that about many. However, there's something of even greater import we must discuss. I just received the most curious transmission from Auntie Cleo. She wishes to discuss a partnership of sorts, and I heard you were the source of this plot. I am aware of how persuasive Vicar Levin can be. I would not have sent any old polemic to represent the Order at Greater Tranquility. But I know you factored into this as well. I must admit I have significant doubts about colluding with an entity like Auntie's Choice. Why should the Order agree to even entertain the possibility? Wise enough to recognize the perils, too. But the right course often involves remaining open to new possibilities. Auntie Cleo has already proposed a secure conference room on board the Undisputed Claim for our use. I will await your arrival there to mediate. The plan is always in motion. Much like you, it would seem. As I told you in my message, a splinter group was responsible. The conviction of those radicals was such that their interpretation of the data was at odds with mine. I forbade them taking action. To no avail, obviously. I disavowed their actions then, as I do now.
That sure will be some comfort the next time one of my stumps seizes up.
This kind of collateral damage is precisely what I was hoping to avoid. But that is the past. We must look toward the future now. Oh, the Laureate Council simply draws a name out of a hat. No. In reality, I was recommended for my position by the preceding bishop. Paired with my skills as a seer, I was the natural choice when it came time for the council to vote. My predecessor, Presiding Bishop Orlo, and I had a close work. I counted him a friend. Orlo shared with me his doubts about the Order's partnership with the Protectorate, the compromises made. He had many such regrets. Likely not. But it is the responsibility of every student to surpass their mentor in understanding and sentiment. And I can reliably assert that I have done that. May you achieve progress.
Trinicular, alarming, and
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's took. Based upon, not because we worship bits, but because of the system's glorious efficacy. Decide what its subjects get. We respond to what you want through your decisions.
Remember what we discussed and act.
Welcome to Head
equitably.
Office Tower. Again.
Don't let us keep you.
Good luck, my ameliorator. Remember, you can't spell.
Look who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the Order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business. There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to... Oh, yes. Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. Spare no detail. This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may prove short indeed. From where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points still in need of massage. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology. If there is one subject at the forefront of my mind, it is the archive. Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without interference from Auntie's choice. What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop. I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question. Amenable to that proposition. Less work on our part. I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal. That much is obvious by the utter lack of reason accompanying it. And so, because Auntie's choice is suffering a... Ruth,